Okay, so last episode we finished with having to come back to the tavern because now it's going to be attacked, so which is what I was waiting for to come about. So though all my people are fatigued and such, let's work. No. Oh wait. What about the... Doesn't restoration get rid of that? Or does that have to be full restoration? Rest prefix that. Blind, no, Death's Duel.
Here we go again.
Alright. I'm hoping I can rest and it's not going to affect anything, we'll see. What do I assign? Hearty meal is still the best one for us. You know that, and can't craft any potions yet. Oops. Yeah, I don't think this is going to get rid of the debuffs. Oh, that wasn't voice acted. Might be a bug doing it within the tavern instead of camping outside. Alright. Let's see what happened here. No, got rid of all the... Okay, good. No more issues. Okay. And can I possibly talk to all these people?
The Defender's Heart is a splendid choice for the Crusades outpost. The very sight of these walls brings back fond memories of drinks and revels. The drinks were really good, by the way.
Alright. I will have to talk to all these people. I should at least. It looks like I haven't. We never came back to the tavern beforehand. So we'll talk to all these people first. Before we start the fight.
You can try.
I heard stories about the tragedy that befell your family.
I hope you don't feel obliged to offer me your insincere condolences on this unfortunate occasion. My whole family, my entire noble line, they all died. And demons are to blame. It's not like I actually loved any of my relatives except for my mother, but what's gone is gone. The family crypts are full of corpses, all covered in dust and the shadows of the past.
What do you cherish most in life?
There are far too many things that I cherish to fit them all into a single conversation. Believe it or not, but I might be one of the most life-loving people you've ever known. Daeron smiles. His eyes are gleaming with something different from his usual impudence and irony. There's a dreamy air about him all of a sudden. I rarely meet anyone who embraces the joys of living as enthusiastically as myself. There are so many exciting and beautiful things in the world, it should be illegal to waste your time on anything you do not enjoy. And I am not afraid to repeat that to anyone's face, should it be Discari and his demonic herd, or Io Mayday the Lightbringer herself.
What do you hate the most?
The feeling of helplessness. The lack of control over my own life. Daeron replies without thinking. Then he adds, with obvious sarcasm, and onion rings, of course. I'd murder the person who came up with those abominations.
There's nothing wrong with onion rings. Or, I guess some people don't like them. You don't seem especially keen on helping people, but your knowledge of healing is truly impressive. What prompted your interest in that?
If you really want to try out everything life has to offer, you also have to understand how to deal with the consequences. And I'm not talking about a simple hangover, mind you.
Do you have any good stories about your past exploits?
I've got plenty, but I have to warn you that even the most outrageous debauchery sounds far less thrilling when you were not the one doing the debauching. Still, since you asked, I suppose the worst mess I've ever got myself into was when I staged my own kidnapping. I was once in correspondence with one of the Riverlands nobles, the young Lord Lebeda, and he told me about his days as a hostage to a group of bandits. This made me wonder what it would be like, and I thought that it might be fun to set up a little experiment. I engineered my own kidnapping by a certain gang through a chain of intermediaries and hired actors. Those fellows took the job very seriously. They caught me by surprise, killed my 2 bodyguards, and even tied me up. Of course, the whole thing seems preposterous now, but it seemed like an ingenious idea at the time. The employers had told the kidnappers that they were to keep me safe and sound, and another group of mercenaries in disguise was watching the spectacle from afar, ready to interfere in case anything went wrong. It turned out to be a terrible idea nonetheless. It wasn't the least bit fun or exciting. Sure, those bandits had been unable to torture or hurt me physically in any way, but they had plenty of other, non-invasive methods of humiliation in their arsenal. Taking almost all of your clothes off and splashing ice-cold water all over you, for example. I can't even remember if I said anything truly offensive to provoke them. Even though I initially planned to let them go after the ransom, their overly emotional reactions made me change my mind. I told my mercenaries to hang them all on the spot. I suppose the whole ordeal taught me a valuable lesson, which is that I am not built for hardships and trials.
Wait, you just told me a couple of bodyguards died during the stage kidnapping. Does that mean 2 innocent people lost their lives so that you could have a bit of fun?
Daeron pales a little, but not out of shame. Oh, spare me. It irks me beyond all measure when I hear about the suffering of innocents. He sighs, looks away and continues in a flat, polite tone. Yes, the bodyguards died. Guarding nobles is a dangerous job. they were well aware of the risk. I don't really see a problem with that. Besides, they proved their incompetence. They would have stood no chance against real kidnappers.
Though you're the inside man for the setup of it, so... Your cruel jokes bring people nothing but misery. Yeah, we'll go with the good choice. I push my alignment slightly more good.
And so that was a stupid story, and now I'll tell you a truly brilliant one. Prelate Hulrun had always strictly prohibited any public celebrations in Kenabras, and he always picked on me for my lack of respect for the fallen and whatnot. His grumbling annoyed me so much that one day I drove 4 barges into the city harbor and set up a celebration on their decks. The ships on the river didn't fall under the prelate's jurisdiction, you see, so all he could do was snarl at me from the embankment. I for one did not forget the old boy. The main attraction of the festivities involved an inquisitor of May Day dancing and roasting beautiful witches on illusory bonfires, taking off his clothes with every new victim. The spectacle was so heated, in every sense of the word, that the prelate almost had a stroke. Daeron gives you a mischievous smile. I still consider that one of my finest ideas of all time. Should the Crusaders ever succeed in their efforts against the World Wound, I will do my utmost to get permission to hold a grand public celebration. Rivers of wine, free of charge. An obligatory parade and a carnival in the evening. A contest for the most provocative succubus costume with a hefty prize in gold. Another contest where the participants have to fish a sausage out of a wine jar blindfolded with their hands tied behind their backs. The wine will symbolize the blood of all the dead heroes of the war, and the sausage, well, they'll find a heroic meaning for that as well. Over the years, the commemoration of the greatest victory of light over darkness will turn into an ordinary holiday, a fine excuse to get sloshed and rut like animals in the streets.
Parts of that sound interesting. Do you enjoy being mean to everyone?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And I thought you were hurling insults at people purely by accident.
Daeron laughs. This time his smile is surprisingly soft. I like your way with words. What did you expect me to say if I wanted to make a good impression? Something along the lines of, I'm not mean, I'm just being honest with myself and everyone else. That's what people use as an excuse when they want to keep up their saccharine facade while still saying whatever nasty little thoughts spring to mind.
Facade, okay. Well, trying to say whatever that nasty little thoughts spring to mind.
That is not what I do. I have no hidden agenda, I'm just as much of an insufferable prick as I seem to be. Some people are simply begging for a good dose of mockery, so who am I to deny them? I don't give a damn if anyone holds a grudge against me, which is why I don't even try to avoid it.
I have no more questions.
I hope this conversation was at least the slightest bit amusing.
Yes. You're always a bit of a laugh. I'd like to talk about life in Mendiv and the Crusade.
Ask, I'm all ears.
What's your opinion on Mendiv today in general?
It doesn't exist. Daeron scowls. It is a frontier country that has attracted every utopian, adventurer, and fanatic from all over the world for more than a century. It is a place where the strangers outnumber the locals, especially in the cemeteries. The population of Mendiv, for the most part, consists of humans and other races not exactly known for their longevity, so the current generation of Mendivians were born in the shadow of the World Wound and raised by the Crusades.
Great. Been a pretty bad place to live for a long time.
I might be the last person to complain about the decline of traditions and lack of character in our country, but I also happen to come from one of Mendev's most ancient lineages. Its history is bred deep in my bones. My tutors told me stories about my heritage. The galleries, libraries and even the interiors of the manors I grew up in were filled to the brim with memories of events long past. There are many heroes of old Mendev among my glorious ancestors, or at the very least patrons and contemporaries of such heroes. Does anyone actually remember them now? I don't think so. These days Mendev has its own heroes, in shining armor and with holy fire in their eyes. I myself remember how several streets that once celebrated my ancestors were renamed in honor of some crusaders who had died in a heroic fashion. None of the citizens remember the old crossing festival that was eventually replaced by Armas. These holidays even share the same date. Pretty much the only authentic thing about Mendev now is its endless war with the demons. And is there a point in bemoaning this state of affairs? What's gone is gone. But at least we are no longer some tiny god-forsaken northern kingdom, and that's something, isn't it?
Well, you're doing something now at least to put a local, I guess, into doing something positive. Into fighting, I guess, the demons. You don't really like the Crusaders, do you?
Quite the opposite. When I think about how many devoted heroes are willing to protect this world against the demonic threat, I feel so inspired. Inspired to continue indulging my vices while they fight to keep me safe. Imagine being someone like me. Someone who has everything they can possibly desire: youth, beauty, wealth, an honest wish to live and enjoy living, but vanishingly few ways to put it all to any use. The fact that the word fun itself is not yet outlawed in Mendev must be due to some bureaucratic oversight. You can celebrate your victories solemnly, you can wet your whistle after a challenging battle, but what about real fun? Joys, pleasures. I can't remember a single evening at court without someone chastening me for my banquets, my lovers and mistresses, my luxuriant clothes, my everything. It would have been a lot easier to tolerate all those hypocrites if they took a break once in a while. Instead there was a constant fuss about how I wasn't doing anything for the greater good and how I only brought shame to my royal cousin.
What do you think of our enemies?
Do you mean the demons themselves or their followers? The former deserve to be cleansed with heavenly fire for their unholy origin alone, and the latter for their idiocy. I don't understand why a sane person would submit themselves to Discari or Cabriari. All right, Lady Nocticula almost seems like a bearable enough mistress, yet there are so many other cultists. They've tried to recruit me twice already, and I'm not even that old. First, a very pretty two-effling girl tried to seduce me, then they came with promises of Lord Baphomet's endless boons. I still wonder what exactly the old hornhead could offer me that I don't already have. You know what I've been thinking. Every shopkeeper knows this trick, an enticing offer along the lines of, 1 in every 100 buns from my bakery contains a silver coin. And, of course, a hired actress to make a memorable show of finding said coin in her sweet roll. And there you have it, hundreds of gullible fools storm the shop hoping to win a prize for themselves. I think the infamous Aureliu Valls was such an actress for the Lords of the Abyss. A petty Sarkarian witch who became the uncrowned queen of the world wound, waited upon hand and foot by demon lords. Only instead of visiting a bakery, the gullible fools rush to join the cultists. We have an army of unbelievably powerful supernatural invaders from another dimension hell-bent on destruction and domination, and what do those fools do? They serve them willingly as pawns and lackeys, hoping against hope that someday their masters will notice them. You won't believe how delighted I am to be so vain and self-absorbed. These sins protect me against demonic temptation better than any virtue.
You can't think of anything else at the moment? I can't think of anything else at the moment.
Wonderful.
What made you join my party after all?
You mean instead of carousing far away from Kenabras with a small army of mercenaries to protect me? I will get to that.
Yeah.
You see, when you appeared at my door out of nowhere, awash with bravery and heroism, and started tossing demons around like ragdolls, I thought that your company might be more exciting than my usual crowd of sycophantic hangers-on. You seemed competent and mysterious at the same time, so I decided that a little demon hunting wouldn't hurt, especially with such an intriguing entourage. That party had been growing staler with every passing second anyway. Needless to say, I'm not here for long. I shall return to the capital or even one of my country estates as soon as we reclaim the city. Crusades, bellowing commanders, row upon row of identical tents. This is not the life for me, but I will certainly remember you and our adventures together. For a week, or perhaps even longer than that.
I should go. Goodbye. Alright. We talked to Ember yet? I think I did. Oh wait, she's not even there. No, she's over here.
Ember is bobbing her head and humming a tune. So
All her dialogue's done.
The elf watches you with a radiant smile as you leave.
Alright, we'll go around the room then. Storyteller, anything new with you? We're officially under attack from... We're often under attack in the Stolen Lands from Fae, Medicors, owlbears, as tall as towers, but we beat them back and we'll do it the same here. Okay, so you won't talk to me while this event's going on? Stolton. Okay, you won't either. Camilla.
Greetings.
Caught up with you then.
I won't keep you. The Albi.
Anything I can sell to you to get rid of? Nope. Put this bow in here. Gee, I'm tempted not to. How long is away is it till Miller's gonna change to that? Around level 9-ish. Oh, no. What, 8? Level are we now? Yeah, put the bow away for now. Make it something better. Nenio.
Home.
Yep, I caught up with you.
Let's see what we can do.
Are you all right? Abadar willing, we'll hold out here until the army arrives.
Ah, yes, I had to do this. Ask this question for a quest. Whenever I sleep outside the walls of Defender's Heart, I'm plagued with terrible dreams. Can you help me?
The priest studies your face carefully. You look tired, but otherwise entirely healthy. If we were anywhere else, I would simply tell you to get some rest, but we are on the border of the world wound and I'm all too aware of what's happening to you.
Is that it?
As you know, the wound is a rift between Gularian and the Abyss, and all the evil that feeds the Abyss does the opposite in our world. It feeds on Gularian. So it is that even when we cannot see demons near us, our ultimate foe, the Abyss, is always surrounding us. Many soldiers fighting in the world wound experience similar things. They suffer terrible nightmares, get no peace, and sometimes even lose their minds. but we are trained to help you with this affliction. By the will of Abada, I have consecrated an altar here. The god's grace permeates the space around it, soothing one's soul and quieting thoughts during rest. So, if you find your nerves are fraying, seek out a holy place like this, approach it, and all the corruption will be cleansed from you. As you know.
Yep.
But we are trained to help. May Abada aid you.
Yeah. Lan, I think I caught up with you.
What
yep.
brings you here?
Before going up there, that will start the event, I think. Oof.
Woljif gives you a friendly wave. Hey, Chief. Woljif shrugs.
Right.
Whatever.
All done with you.
It's good to see you.
All done with you.
May Ira still watch over you.
I think there's something with this guy.
The elf's pale, beautiful face bears an expression of melancholy detachment. How may I help?
I met Callista.
Foran's melancholic expression remains calm, but his entire body tenses, and his fingers wrap around the handle of his weapon. Under what circumstances? I hope you seized the opportunity to kill her.
Are you certain of your allegations?
Foran lowers his head and says in a hollow voice, I am. Her misdeeds are terrible and proven with absolute certainty.
She claims she doesn't serve the demons.
Of course she does. In an attempt to buy her life, she would stoop to the boldest and the most egregious of lies. Whose word do you trust? Hers or mine?
I let her go.
After giving you a saddened look, Foran stares off into the distance. Your decision is regrettable. I'm afraid that in doing so, you've condemned her many future victims to death. I suppose it just means that bringing this hunt to a close falls upon my shoulders.
I did it for the story and experience.
Good fortune to you.
Future experience. Points for the continuing of the story. Okay, all done with them. Was there anyone outside? I know we have a lot of people here.
Can't make the demons wait.
Well
Really caught
then,
up with
ready.
you.
Torag watch over you. If you need something from me, don't be afraid to stop by.
Beautiful.
Alright, all done.
Let's see what we can do.
Theodore?
Good days and clear skies.
Yeah,
Seela
all done with you.
smiles. See you. It is good to see you.
We're done with you.
Good luck. Watch your back. Only trust your closest friends. The enemy is cunning and treacherous. Tirabetha's sword has been honed to razor sharpness. She is on edge, evident in the way she checks the fastenings on her armor over and over. Thank you for coming to our aid. Ready yourself, the attack is imminent. None of my people know the first thing about magic, so your help will be invaluable. If you'll allow me, I'd advise you to prepare spells that can disarm or distract large groups of attackers. They will swarm us from all sides like rats, so making it hard for them to maneuver is our best bet for dealing with them. Also, please keep in mind, according to my sources, A master alchemist called Athiarubo has recently arrived in the city. He's a well-known character among demon worshippers. We don't expect him to show up personally, but thanks to him the cultists have been able to prepare a whole cart full of incendiaries. They will try to burn the defenders' heart to the ground. The arsonists are the main target. Keep an eye on them and take them down first, or they'll burn the ground out from under our feet.
What's the situation?
We're primed and ready to defend this place. The enemy is keeping quiet, but don't be fooled by the lull. The demons have the tavern surrounded. They could strike at any moment.
I'm ready to defend this place.
Io may day help us all. This battle won't be easy.
Alright. Now, who do we want to have with us? I think we're pretty much right with this party. Got heals, some range attack, got a couple of tanks. Ember might be good, but oh, we should go with this. Shouldn't be too hard. Do have extra enemies turned on, but still on normal settings. Alright, here we go. Go take out Alchemist first. So lets me? Okay. Alright. No alchemists here right now, so where'd the alchemists go that were down here?
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Alright, you can go up there then.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel. Out of my sight. I got this.
Okay, you can come back here then. Any of these alchemists? Nope. Might use this.
You won't survive me.
Okay, hold here. Okay, some alchemists are there now, actually. So, There's one
I
there.
will see to your demise.
You should have listened to reason.
Where is the arsonist?
Precision and
Hold. These guys attacking that alchemist.
Endure
I'll
this.
remove this obstacle.
Held in place, I think. You come here.
Did you see that?
I'll make short work of this.
Alright, use that and come back here. Who else is going over there? It shouldn't be.
You're irrelevant.
Where is he? Alright, alchemists are back. Damn it. Where are they? I can't see them. I see these alchemist things. Yeah, here.
Make every strike count.
Why are you running over there? You should be able to use that.
my sight!
You seem to want to go over there.
I'll cut you wide open.
Why are they not holding?
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Into the fray!
The spirits demand your blood. Mind over muscle.
Damn you! You won't survive me.
I will see to your demise.
Alright, see how it's dealt with. Okay. You.
This thing refuses to cooperate.
Why?
This thing refuses to cooperate.
Oh. It's created by the same caster. You do it then.
Guess I'm done with spells for tonight.
Must be. That means Nino has to do it. She did it, I think. We get it. Just you come over here. Where'd that horse get to? Just to do that. Where's Sealet? Alright, they got him down. All of them come over.
obstacle. You should have listened to reason.
Precision and grace.
Endure this! Are you still here?
The light, take you!
Good guys always win. I got this.
Risk.
Where'd Ninio go?
Go for their hearts!
No glory without risk!
Damn you!
Why is she not getting healed? You not heal? Get her up. Oh. Death's Door. Greater Restoration. You do not have Greater Restoration yet, do you?
I'll make short work of this.
This pain is excruciating. World in crimson.
Alright, we kept all the structures alive at least, I think.
Victory. Kenabra's bites back, and our teeth are sharp. Tirabeth is glowing with zeal, and she raises her fists in triumph. Now we take the fight to them.
What are our losses?
Minimal. The battle wasn't easy, but thanks to you, we chewed them up and spat them out again. They thought they could break us, but they only bolstered our spirits.
Will there be another attack?
I doubt it. Demons aren't famed for their organization. We'll strike a blow at the Grey Garrison long before they regroup for a new assault.
Congratulations on the victory.
It wouldn't have been possible without you. That reminds me, we found this among the attacker's remains. This trophy rightly belongs to you. Nicely done. Now our goal is to rout the demons in the Grey Garrison just like we did here.
And we leveled. Alright, great. Where's the item that we got? What level was this? 6 or 5, okay. Yeah, so save.
I thank you for saving the esteemed citizens of Kenabras, even though not all of them deserved to be saved. May I oh may day forgive my words. Tirabeth casts a meaningful look at Counter-and-Day, sitting at a nearby table. I don't really mean that, of course. I just never fail to be astounded by the way that good people seem to perish, while the not so good prove to be incredibly, amazingly enduring.
Even so, the Count did offer me his aid. He can't be all that bad.
Yes, that's not like him at all. Joining the Crusades is a tradition among Mendevian nobles, but Day was never too keen on fighting demons. The Count has a certain reputation in Mendev. He's not a pleasant individual by any means, but he's not known for any particular villainy either. The Count enjoys a life of leisure surrounded by a gaggle of sycophants, who are always eager to badmouth the Queen at his command. He likes settling scores, too. There was a hero of the First Crusades, Sir Lant, a kind and honest man. After the end of his glorious career as a soldier, he became a wise mentor to the younger generation. He ran afer of the Count somehow, perhaps by lecturing him about his idle lifestyle and a lack of purpose. When Sir Lant died, the Count managed to buy a portion of his estate and ordered the knight's helmet to be reforged into a chamber pot. And, of course, he didn't keep his little joke private. The Queen was particularly affronted by it, because Sir Lant used to be her most loyal comrade-in-arms. I was there receiving an assignment from Her Majesty and witnessed the exact moment she found out about the helmet's fate. It's a small thing, but I could see the Queen's anguish at the travesty that had been made of her friend's legacy. That's what our Count is like as a person. And as for his talent for survival, do you know the story of Heaven's Edge? He was the only member of his family to escape with his life when the demons unleashed a magical plague at the Arunday estate.
Could you tell me more about the events at Heaven's Edge?
I don't know all the details. It happened a while ago, back when I was a mercenary and had nothing to do with Kenabras. I only know that there was a grand feast in honor of Dayron's birthday, and all his relatives were invited along with a few other distinguished guests. Everyone died from a mysterious disease someone had unleashed on the estate, including the servants, the guards, and a number of clerics and paladins. But the young Count survived, because of his healing ability, I suppose. Dayron does possess an unusually brilliant talent, even if the application of his skills leaves much to be desired. Tirabeth scowls.
Why is he trying to provoke the Queen?
Who knows? It could be some family matter. The Count is Her Majesty's cousin twice removed or something like that. But I think he simply enjoys infuriating people. Crusaders and Iomeday's servants especially.
Thank you for telling me all this.
My pleasure. I'm sorry you had to endure my grumbling. Watching these things happen to my city has put me in a foul mood.
The Tower of Asteroid has been cleared of demons.
Great. The places where the demons have gathered need to be cleared one by one. Then they won't be able to stab us in the back when we take on the Grey Garrison. Thank you for your service.
Alright, leaving the rest for now.
Go. May Mayday keep you safe.
Anything to talk
Look
to you
who
about?
it is.
Nope.
Hi. All right. You watch yourself now. Good days. Sealer smiles.
Here we
See
go.
you.
Okay. Let's do this leveling. Level 5. So, Sorcerer again. Got that. Arcana. That's the last point need on there. One point on Perception. One point on Stealth. And now... Oh no, still put it... Trickery. I don't even need that there yet. Next. And here, weapon focus. And we are going to go great axes. Eventually, so put the great axe. And these are level 2 spells. Mirror image. Need to get a great axe for you. Alright, Ember. Might as well do you as well. No, not using it at the moment. Currently, but still do this. Witch still. Arcana, religion, persuasion, and we want spell penetration. One of these level 1 spells. So you've already got, okay, that one. Alright, Unbreakable Heart. Alright, rank 2 spells. We've already got Glitter Dust. We want Web. There it is. And we get Scorching Ray for free. And Burning Arc. Cool. Hey. You. We got an Alchemist again. It's not it. So, Trickery, World, and Perception. Alright, we got some mobility we can put up, or stealth. Give you not too bad. Give you a little bit of stealth. Alright, I want dodge. And infusion. All level 1 spells, eh? For the count. Still going with Oracle. Persuasion. And Religion. Spell penetration as well. Level 1 spells, eh? And what do we got for you so far? You haven't got a Breakable Heart yet. Level 2 spells. Supposedly I don't need to... But you can't get those. Yeah, protection from alignment I think could be useful at some point. It's time to go Bone Shaker. Is other spells I've got recommended, and you can get them from gear at later points. Because they're not actually in this tree. If you continue to use him. Ninio? What was I doing with you for level 5? Yeah, there it is. My notes. There you go, wizard. And then continue doing stealth with arcane, world. Wait, I put nature and religion. Three spells, eh? Haste and fireball. Cleric. Perception and mobility. Actually, another point in stealth. It can benefit more for the party at least, because yeah. Pick that one up a bit to catch it up to mobility. Yeah, hiding spells. So many spells. This is a cleric side of things. Camilla. Common Path. Trickery and Deception. Yeah, this nice shirt for later. Interesting new spells there. And abilities. Sealer. What's it doing with you for level 5? Your notes here tell me Paladin. Persuasion, that'll be the last point there. Cane. It's fine. Mobility's fine. Perception. No. You can probably put that down. Put a point in trickery and a point in stealth. That'll help for the campaign map, at least a little bit. So they're not negative. More points later for it. Improved initiative, +4 on initiative checks. Decent stuff here, it looks like. And the horse didn't level up. Maybe because, yeah. It is in the monk tree, so... I have something for that, didn't I? Get fixed later.
What's going on here?
Yeah. Save.
Tirabeth rubs.
No.
Go. May I oh may day keep you safe. What bring? Are you all right? Greetings. I won't keep you. The huge I'll be.
It's battle axe. I want great axe. Don't have one yet. Taxi and wine cellar. I got it when I was probably resting, I think. Spells. I gotta ready them, don't I, for some of these characters? Possibly useful at some point. It's alchemist. Maybe I just have to get some restoration scrolls or something. His Lesser isn't doing that. Gonna remove level 1's debuffs, and I think it's normal.
I can handle it.
Oh, whoops. Less than, I guess. No. Fine favor.
Are you all right?
Best I can do for now.
Can't make the demons wait.
I didn't have a.
Beautiful.
Loot. That is somewhere. Not yet.
Hello.
Yeah, but I'm gonna rest before I go out. Yeah, they're all. Yep. All good. All healed up. And they got all their spells back. This should be the last time I need to go out into the end part. I do need to take... I need to change my party, don't I?
Here we go.
Okay, quest for these two I've got to do. Possibly get rid of land for now. What's wrong with this?
Should I?
What's wrong with this? Okay, restart then. Ah, here we go.
Beautiful.
Weird bug. What's the south? There's just that mansion, and oh, there's this thing here. You know what? First visit here. Yeah. Alright, then now back up here. Real smart.
Save the last one for me.
Cover me, all right?
Oh, now the horse lets me level up. Bloody hell. These things are really weird. Here we go. Athletics and perception. And you're supposed to be going up. Improved unarmed combat. No. Combat, not strike. What is... It's the same thing.
Let's see what we can do. Here we go.
The basement is dark and dank, and you are immediately struck by the hostility of the gathered tieflings. 5 of them are kneeling along the wall, separate from the rest. The tall woman, who had been cleaning her fingernails with the tip of her knife, greets you with narrowed eyes. Brother Woljif. You got my message, then. Sorry I couldn't swing by sooner, dear sister Kirismia. It was just one thing after another. First I was in shackles, next. Well, no, I was still in shackles, and I was being watched, and then the chief got me out, and I came here straight away. I knew you'd been waiting on me. Enough talking, or else we'll be here all night. So. We had a clear plan. We were going to wait for nightfall, slip into the shop, grab the goods, and leave. Even if the neighbors called the guard, there was time to get away. But what happened? That bitch Tirabeth showed up almost right away. She knew we'd be there. Somebody betrayed us, and I have a good idea who it was. What do you have to say to that? Make it quick.
Do you think Wolf knows the name of the traitor?
Kirismia turns to you. He speaks. I thought Woljif only brought you so he'd have someone to hide behind if things went south. Yes, he knows the name of the traitor. Every gang that Brother Woljif has been a part of has very quickly come to an end. Their hideout location was passed to the gods, or their competitors found out where they could ambush them. Woljif is the only one who always comes out smelling of roses. If you think about it, you'll come to the same conclusion as us.
He already told us stuff like that. Right, we've got lawful. The burden of proof lies on the accuser. Wolf doesn't have to prove anything.
In a single, fluid motion, Kirismia adjusts her grip on her knife so that she is now holding it by the blade, as if preparing to throw it. Burden of proof. Are you a city guard or something? I don't know how it is with your lot, but in the family, the highest rank is always right. And here, that's me.
Canabras is burning. Why are you squabbling here instead of flaying the city?
Kirismia purses her lips. I'd be glad to leave, like the rest of my brothers and sisters, but in the family, There's nothing worse than betrayal, and it's something we do not forgive. We don't forgive anyone who lets traitors off the hook either. If I don't find the rat, my superiors, let's just say, I'll wish I was burning in Kenabras. I want to keep living, so I'm going to take a chance. Until I find out who is the traitor here, no one is leaving.
Who are her superiors? I wonder. Interesting to find out. Tell us your side of the story. What happened?
What's there to tell? About a week ago, Sister Kirismir got 6 of us together in this very basement. Me and those 5 over there, I mean. Woljif jerks his head toward the 5 thieflings kneeling by the wall. She rounds us up and she says we've got a score, ancient trees and wonders, the one place nobody's ever been able to hit, the place that's guarded by a golem. But now, a powerful scroll that would knock out the golem just happened to come into our possession, along with a tip-off that the shop owner would be gone on a particular night. All 6 of us know a bit of magic, and we know that any enchanted junk will sell for a pretty penny, so we're in.
Okay.
And the most important thing was that none of us was to be hanging about the shop ahead of the job. No casing out the place, no calling attention to ourselves from either the golem or its master. This job was top secret. That's all true so far. Go on. We did everything right, with the locks and the golem. I picked the lock, I remember it clear as day. Sister Dalna was on lookout. Brother Melrown had the scroll. Doff, Tavi, and Varnir brought the sacks. We covered the windows and lit the torches. I remember scooping up rings and tossing them in a sack, and one right expensive one rolled away from me. I crawled under a table after it, and next thing I know, Tirabeth was there. Everybody scampered. But I was still under the table. Not my finest moment. I was going to wait it out, but then those blockheads were dragging me out by my tail and put me in shackles. They took all my rings off me, about 20,000 worth. And to add insult to injury, I never even found the last one. In the end, I got busted over nothing. So, they caught you, poor thing, stripped you of your loot, and you didn't even manage to stash anything. Kirismir is pointedly polishing her knife. Where's the moon of the abyss, Brother Woljif?
What is the moon of the abyss?
It was an amulet. It used to sit on a little cushion in the window of ancient trees and wonders. Sterling silver, sparkled like a star, fine piece of work. On one side there was a half moon, you know, a crescent, a waning moon, and in the middle there was a dark crystal, like it was eclipsing the moon. Old man Philemon was so proud of that amulet. He used to say, I'll never sell it, it's the jewel of my collection. Woljif sighs unhappily. I used to go there to see what kinds of treasures there were in the world. There's nothing else to look at in Kenabras. People used to claim it was a powerful thing, but who's to say? If you ever stole a thing like that, you'd have the guards on you the second you tried to fence it. Everybody knew that you were always hanging around ancient trees and wonders, drooling over the moon of the abyss. Did you think you could swipe it in all the commotion and keep it for yourself? Did you hope that we'd all be locked up and you'd get off scot-free, and with a fancy trinket to boot? Don't take me for a mug, Woljif. I see right through you.
Why would Irabeth arrest her own informant?
Took the words right out of my mouth. It doesn't make any sense. If I was the rat, I'd have kissed her on the hand and been long gone by now. You know me, sister. I'm a cautious fella, not an idiot. Why would I go against the family? So the fish in the cellin can have a nice, Woljif-sized dinner. The moon of the abyss is a pretty bauble, to be sure, but it's just an amulet, it ain't worth dying over. You knew Tirabetha's people would protect you, you knew you could pin the moon going missing on them, and now you've come here with backup. You knew exactly what I was going to say to you. Only problem is, nobody's returned the amulet to Philemon. Are you giving Tirabetha a cut, is that it? Have you seen her? Do you think she'd take a cut of anything I offered her? She can't be bought, she's like 3 heralds of Iomedae all rolled into one. He speaks the truth. You'll find some knights who'll take bribes, I'm sorry to say, but Tirabard isn't one of them.
Go on, Wolf.
That's the whole sorry story. Woljif crosses his arms, looking
Woljif.
affronted. Some family this turned out to be. It's just a name in the end. In a real family, people take each other at their word, they don't throw around accusations. I didn't take the moon of the abyss. What am I gonna do with it? You can't sell it to no crusaders, it's a special item. You can't wear it, it'll get nicked. It's pretty to look at, sure, but it ain't that pretty. If it's that important to you, Sister Kirismia, I'll find it. And I'll drag the traitor here by his horns, just so's you don't end up at the bottom of the Selin. But do you know what you're gonna owe me for that? An apology. Right here, in front of everyone, you're going to apologize loud and clear so everybody hears it. You'll say, sorry, Woljif, you're a good guy and I was wrong about you. Fine. You're one of my people, which is why I'm going to give you some time. But if you run, Brother Woljif, the family will get you wherever you go. You'll spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder, tossing and turning at night, fearing poison in every cup and every meal. You'll look into the eyes of every 2 Effling you meet, wondering if the family's come for you. You'll have no peace. But one day, you'll be tired of running. You'll stop to catch your breath. And that is when we'll get you. Got that? You've a way with words, Sister Kirismia, a way that almost made me wet myself, but a way, nonetheless. Let's go, Chief. We'll go chat to that scary gal Tirabeth. She knows you a little, we can ask her who ratted us out. I'll let you do the talking.
We'll find the real traitor.
And I'll get my apology. Onward to Tirabeth, Chief. Let's go clear my good name. Root out the traitor, but be quick about it. Time's running out, I don't want to get chewed up by demons.
So she works for demons. Alright. I'm gonna steal everything from you. Ooh. Okay, who to put that on? Trickery is pretty high. 18. 15. No, put on that. Alright, we gotta go here.
I can handle it.
Tirabeth rubs her red and tired eyes. Any success? How is the city? Tirabeth arches her brows in surprise. Kenabras is threatened by a demon horde, and you have enough spare time to help out thieves. Tirabeth sighs. I don't like this, but I hope you know what you're doing. I'll tell you everything I know. I did not see my informant's face. He slipped out of a dark alley, handed me the note and disappeared. Tirabeth hesitates as she tries to remember. He had a cloak with a hood masking his face, but the horns, the long horns, didn't fit under it. There should be a guardian golem in Ancient Trees and Wonders, the shop they tried to rob. The owner gave us the construct's code word just in case. The golem itself was destroyed, but the head seems to be intact, so you can interrogate the thing and find out what it saw. The code word is Hand of Ivory. The shop's owner must have escaped, but there's a chance you'll get lucky with the golem. Go. May I, Mayday, keep you safe. Woljif gives you a friendly wave. Hey, Chief. Wanna talk?
Your friends accused you of betraying them. That must be hard.
Woljif stretches and yawns nonchalantly. Like it's my first time. Every gang I've been in, I'm always the prime suspect when anything suspicious happens. There, because I'm a 2Fling. Here, because of my reputation. And what kind of friends are the thieflings to me, I ask you? I don't have friends. Yeah, sure, we're called the family, but it's just a word. They call each other brothers and sisters, but then one of them goes and rats the others out to Tirabeth. Some family. Woljif's tail moves faster and faster. You think I'm weeping into my pillow at night because we've been together for so many years and they still don't trust me? I don't care. They'll come crawling back to me to apologize, but it'll be too late. I might forgive them, but only if they give me a bigger cut. Or maybe I won't. They should know I've got pride too. You think I'd be hanging out with those scumbags if life hadn't forced me into it? Maybe if I'd been born into a religious family, I'd be sipping rose tea with Schlinn's paladins instead and talking about how prettily the birds are singing today. If I had a rich daddy, I'd have rich friends, and they wouldn't even care if I was a 2Fling. But life ain't fair, and instead of that nice life, I have thieflings who are ready to break my neck based on a hunch. They can all go hang. They ain't the last gang in Mendev, and I'll find a better one if they don't apologize. Woljif shrugs. Whatever, you're free to do as you please.
Please, get me out of here.
I found.
I can hear your footsteps. Pull me out.
Something.
Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?
Beautiful. Yeah,
Please get me out of here.
Might be trap, might be treasure.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Let's see what we can do.
Please? Get me out of here! I can hear your footsteps! Pull me out! Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?
I'm always open to ideas.
I can hear your footsteps! Pull me out!
Here we go.
Hello?
Alright.
Is anyone there?
Free at last. I thought I'd be flattened like a pancake under that rubble. Much obliged. Damn, I'm not in any pain, but my head is still foggy for some reason. What's with all the hubbub in the city? The name's Finian. I'm a PathFinder. If there's anything I can do to help, I will.
You're a Pathfinder?
That's right, Finian Dismar, Pathfinder and Crusader. I roam around the world wound wherever my tasks lead me. Scouting, mostly. But this last while, I've just been hanging around in Canabras, waiting until I'm needed again. I'm bored out of my mind, but at least this shop makes for better lodging than some inn.
What I meant was, what are you?
What's that supposed to mean? I just told you. You want to know where I hail from, is that it? Well, I'm from around here, actually. We Kelets of the Star-Eye clan fled when the World Wound troubles began. But I couldn't stand by while the demons wreaked havoc, so I came back. Or did you mean to ask about my weapon of choice? My best weapon is every weapon. I'm a skilled and capable fellow, if I do say so myself. I can swing a sword and poke with a spear, but what I am best at is communing with the spirits. They call folks like me Phantom Blades.
A Phantom Blade? What's that?
It's like a spiritualist, but with a twist. It means that some spirit took a liking to me at some point, and it can turn into whatever weapon I need. Handy, eh? I don't need any whetstones or enchantments. Doesn't take up space either. Although, to be fair, it's not a barrel of laughs. The spirits that bestow this kind of power don't come from happy places, and they're not exactly bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. They usually appear after great battles that leave few survivors.
The city is under attack by demons.
Wait, what? The last thing I saw was some thieves breaking in here. And then the guards came, everyone was running around. After that, it's a bit of a blur. Right when things got intense, they dropped the cabinet on me. I couldn't even help the owner. I was just lying under the shelves like a dimwit until you came along. If there are demons in Canabras, we must do something about it. The city needs every blade it can get. Hey, do you mind taking me with you? I don't think I can handle this alone. And besides, the more the merrier.
How did you end up in this shop?
I've been waiting here so long I don't even remember anymore. Just sitting and waiting for any word from the Pathfinders, but it looks like everyone has forgotten about me. The shop owner is an old friend of the Pathfinders, so I've taken up residence here.
Alright, I'll take you with me.
I swear you won't regret it. I can do all sorts of things. Is there anything your party is missing? A sword, a spear, a bow? Just say the word.
Alright. So, new companion, which is this one. Any weapon. First.
Hail to the adventurers. You know, I've never regretted following you. Everyone seems to revolve around you, like beavers in a mill wheel. I'll have a lot to write in my report to the Pathfinder Society. Although, thinking about it, it's been a while since I last sent them any reports.
I want to talk about you.
Sure, go ahead. Although I haven't really done anything noteworthy yet.
Do you realize that you're a weapon?
What kind of question is that? I mean, sure, the clerics keep going on about every crusader being a weapon of Iomade, but I don't speak of myself in fancy words like that. I'm just a lad with 2 arms, 2 legs, and more freckles than I'd like. I choose where to go and whom to fight for. I don't want to be someone's weapon, you hear? A Roden is dead, now everybody decides their own fate.
How did you become a PathFinder?
I've always wanted to be one. Ever since I was a kid. I remember I'd go out to the edge of the village at sunset and then just keep walking until I got tired or someone dragged me back by my ear. It was like something was drawing me away from home. My clan wasn't the nomadic kind. Before the wound opened, the idea of traveling anywhere would never have crossed the minds of many in the clan. They were content with their community or their patch of land. But I had always wanted to see what lay beyond that bend in the road, over that familiar hill, beyond the horizon. My father, he wanted to teach me to be a shaman like him, but as soon as I came of age, I was off looking for the PathFinder Society. And I found it, in Is, after 3 weeks of travel on foot. I passed their trials, and they accepted me. My father hasn't spoken to me since, but that's all right. Once he hears of my great deeds, he'll come around. Someday. All I wanted was to rush off to some faraway land and find a treasure trove no one else had discovered yet. But I knew I had a duty to Sorcerer. Then the wound opened, the demons, the havoc. In the end, I never went anywhere. But as soon as things calm down, I'm setting off to explore Aisland, I've already decided. Great ancient ruins, that's my kind of life. Being surrounded by the wreckage here is depressing, as I'm sure you know.
Do you remember anything before you ended up in Canabras?
There is uncertainty in Finian's voice. I mean, a lot of things happened. I remember how happy everyone was when the ward stone was placed in Canabras. That was some celebration. Finian is silent for a few moments. And I remember when the cultists took me. Cut down my whole party and dragged me to their ringleader. Don't know his name, everyone just called him the Bladesmith. But after that, my memory is all fuzzy. For some reason, he didn't sacrifice me or anything, just knocked me around. Said he'd been looking for a phantom blade for a long time. I don't remember why. How I escaped, what I did. Can't remember that either. Some crusader picked me up in the wound, brought to Canabras. And that's where I stayed, licking my wounds. Maybe there was a mix-up and now they think I'm dead. Why else would none of them contact me this whole time?
The wardstone, you say. What you're describing happened decades ago.
That's rich. Next you're going to tell me I've been sleeping for decades. Last year, that was. Well, maybe the year before last. I couldn't have been wandering the wound that long, I would have been either dead or an old geezer by now. Nah, quit messing with me.
Finian, you need to understand you're not human anymore.
Finian's voice sounds concerned. Hey, are you feeling alright? Maybe you need to have a lie down. I'm standing right in front of you, poke me if you like. As human as they come. Or do you think my travels have worn me down so much I've become an animal? Not happening. My folks taught me to stay human, always, no matter the circumstances. To remember who I am, and never to shame my ancestors.
Are you still able to communicate with the spirits?
Maybe I can, only they don't want to answer me. I'm still a spiritualist, a phantom blade, my power is within me, but I have this feeling like I'm separated from the spirit world by some kind of transparent wall. I keep knocking, but no one can hear me. I think. Finian forces a chuckle. Guess all the bladesmith's torture did a number on me. He broke something inside.
I want to talk about something else.
Go for it.
Tell me about the PathFinder Society.
Oh. Well, sometimes folks curse our names, calling us opportunists who just want to line our pockets. But that's only part of it. We're travelers, explorers, solvers of mysteries, and fighters of evil. I mean, good coin hasn't hurt anybody yet, but for folks like me, it's not what matters most. We're curious to see the world, play a part in everything, stick our nose everywhere. Getting into our circle isn't easy. First you must prove that you can endure any place you're sent to, that you won't shy away or flee. That's why you'll never catch a long line of applicants outside any society lodge. Every lodge has a venture captain, and if they approve your application, you're in. And there are many lodges all over the world, but the main one, the Grand Lodge, is located far away, in Absalom. I've never been there myself, but I've heard a lot of stories about it and about the decemvirate that governs all PathFinder affairs from there.
That's all for now. I should get going.
If you feel like chatting, I'm always here.
There was other things to say to you still. This thing.
Want to chat?
Ah, okay, maybe not.
I'm always up for a chinwag. If you feel like chatting, I'm always here.
Okay.
The formerly well-appointed shop now looks a sorry state. It has been completely ransacked. Lying in the corner next to a scorched wall are the soot-covered shards of a clay golem's head. The golem's eyes glow in the gloom. Master. Code word.
Hand of Adori.
Code word. Correct. The golem's eyes glow brighter. Awaiting orders.
Where did you come from? Who created you?
This golem was created by Gafrain and Son. Address, 3rd building on the right, Jewelers Alley, Nerosian, Mendev. Model G504EN, which stands for Experimental and Enhanced. For all inquiries, contact Mr. Gafrain.
Tell me about any suspicious people who came into the shop last week.
The golem is silent for a moment. 56 individuals entered the shop. Human female, old. Gnome male, old. Human female. He'll be reeling off customers till nightfall. We need to ask it in a different way.
Were any of these suspicious people tieflings? Tieflings.
The golem is silent for a while. 2 Efflings. 3. 2 Effling male, middle-aged. 2 Effling male, young. 2 Effling female, young.
Describe the young male tiefling.
2 Effling male. Medium height. Short horns curling backward. Medium length tail. Eye color, yellow. Hair color, black. Special observations, annoyed master. Horns, hair, tail. That sounds like me. But it's not possible. I know what the security's like here. I didn't come near the place. I give you my word, Chief. No special observations. Subject was unremarkable. There, see, can't have been me.
Describe the middle-aged male tiefling.
2 Effling male. Medium height. Long horns. Medium length tail. Eye color, pale blue. Skin color, dark. Special observations, red hair. Oh. That's our traitor, I'd bet your life on it. Kiri's Mia drilled it into our heads that we wasn't to go hanging about the shop. Home, red hair. We've got a couple of gingers. And plenty more who get it out of a bottle. So much for a special observation. Golems ain't all they're cracked up to be, eh? Maybe its master knows more.
Describe the female tiefling.
2 female. Above average height. Hair, long, pale. Tail not observed. Long horns. Eye color, blue. Special observations, scar on nose, baldric with gold stitching. Home, I don't know that one, a new arrival most likely. Gold stitching, eh? Wouldn't mind getting to know her a little better. The golem is silent, waiting for an order.
Where is your master?
Philemon Frauliatros, my master, is in his hiding place. Revealing the location of the hiding place is prohibited. 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 He likely holed himself up in the basement when the commotion started. The entrance should be around here somewhere.
Where is the basement in this place?
The basement is below me. I guard the basement. Leaving my post is prohibited.
I found out everything I wanted to know. Alright. So leave.
Master.
I hope you appreciate this.
The elderly gnome, so portly as to be nearly spherical, is curled up in the corner of the basement, shaking. Marauders. Bandits. Scavengers. And a very good day to you as well, my dear shopkeep.
Please calm down, no one is going to rob you. Wait. Yeah.
The gnome peers at you. Home. You do look better dressed than the local thieves and ragamuffins. You came here to tell me that the nightmare is over. No, it's not. You're here to steal my riches. Get back. The gnome notices Woljif and his rounded face turns scarlet. You. Woljif, the dirty little sneak thief. You've been sniffing around my shop for years, finally worked up the courage to rob me, did you? Get out of here. You and your pals have taken everything already, I'm sure. The gnome seems to settle slightly. My name's Philemon Frauliatros. I was the owner of this shop, but I'm not sure I can claim to be the owner of anything now. I hope there's at least something left of it. Oh, come off it. Your shop's fine. It's a bit ransacked, maybe. But nothing a bit of spit and polish can't fix.
Where were you the night of the robbery?
Do you think I robbed my own shop? I was here, in the basement. I was told to make it look like I'd left. The watch was very keen to get their hands on those thieflings, they seem to be multiplying all over Gularian. So, of course, I did everything they said. And I've been stuck in this basement since then. The golem wouldn't move away from the door, no matter how much I yelled at it. But then I thought that it was all to the good. Somebody came by after the guards and caused a ruckus upstairs, bellowing like mad. Taking advantage of my absence.
Tell me all about the tieflings that have visited Ancestry antiquities and wonders recently.
Why should I tell you anything about my customers? You're not from the City Guard or the Eagle Watch. Chief, if he keeps digging his heels in, just say the word, I know how to loosen his tongue.
Alright, we'll go with intimidation. It's a bluff. So I reach for my weapon. Start talking or else.
Philemon recoils. All right. Just put that away. I'll tell you everything. Ask your questions, if it's so important.
Tell me about Woljif. Woljif.
Philemon's face wrinkles in distaste. Woljif Jefto, right? Yes, I've known him a long time, though I'd rather not know him at all. He's been skulking around my shop for years, treating the place like a free museum. He always wanted to look at the moon of the abyss. I'd chase him out, but he'd just slink back in again. If he was with the gang that robbed my shop, I'll bet anything he swiped the moon. How come I'm the prime suspect? Whoever betrayed us all, that's the one who's got the moon. I want to see it returned too, you get me? I don't like the idea of other people's grubby mitts on it.
Tell me about the red-haired tiefling.
Philemon falls to thinking. A red-haired tiefling? I suppose, yes, there was one who came in, spent a long time looking around. He was a person of modest means, I could tell by his clothes, but he asked me to show him an Assy mermaid chainmail. He certainly couldn't afford it. That's when I suspected that something was off. I checked everything after he left, but nothing was missing, and that put my mind at ease. I can't remember what he looked like. I didn't get a good look at his face. All I remember is that he was wrapped in a green cloak like he was freezing. But that's all I have. That's it. With that description, we'll surely sniff him out. Come on, Chief. Back to Sister Kiri's mere we go to have a good, long shifty at all my brothers and put all these clues together. Something tells me our traitor isn't gonna wriggle out of this one.
Tell me about the tiefling woman.
Philemon scratches his chin. A tiefling woman? Ah, yes, I remember now. A noble lady, unlike the tiefling ruffians we have around here. She purchased magical equipment for the crusade, and she promised to come again. If only all tieflings were like that, I'd be laughing all the way to the bank.
I found out everything I want to know.
If that isn't enough to help you catch the thieves, then I don't know what else to tell you. Now be on your way and leave me in peace with my wreck of a shop.
Alright. Nothing else to talk to you about. I'm sure what I would have got for killing him, but
I can handle it.
maybe still useful for finding out about this talking weapon later in the game. Who knows? You may know more about what was the weapons is on about. The owner of the shop's supposed to be friends with the PathFinders, and it doesn't seem like the case. If it's still current date, you find out who used to own the shop or what happened there. Alright, I could go back and finish this, or I could go down straight down, I guess. Yeah. I'll do this part. I think I'd visit the marketplace again as well.
Kiri's Mia drums her fingers nervously on the handle of her blade. Well, are you going to tell me who the traitor is? The name and the moon of the abyss that they stole. I don't need anything else. Kiri's Mia huffs in irritation. I'm accusing him of ratting us out to Tirabeth. Of stealing our loot, the moon of the abyss, an expensive amulet that could have fed us all for a year. That's enough to get him sent to see his relatives on their farm. The tieflings are tense and ready to reach for their weapons. The only redheads are Melrown and Doff. The dark-skinned tieflings are Varnir, Doff, and Melrown. Doff, Melrown, and Tavi have straight horns, but Tavi is female. Only Varnir and Melrown have green cloaks.
I need a little more time. Okay, save.
Kiri's Mia drums her fingers nervously on the hand.
I'm ready to give a name.
Well, go on, tell her.
Melron. The traitor is Melron. You pay for this. We'll get you in the end. Okay. Grab him, take him away for questioning.
Kiri's Mia looks weary, but her earlier tension has clearly lifted. He confessed. Someone connected to the cult of Baphomet ordered him to steal the moon of the abyss, and the best idea he could come up with was to drag us into it. He got the scroll to take out the golem. He betrayed us to Tirabeth so that he could swipe the amulet in the chaos. He thought we'd get nicked and he'd slink off to meet up with his customer. You've got the moon of the abyss. Let me look at it one more time. My whole life I've dreamt of holding it in my hands, if only for a second. He said when he got to the window display, the moon was gone. He's lying, of course. He had time to hand the moon off to the person who ordered it. Bloody cultists. I don't really give a toss. I'm just glad we got to the bottom of this.
What are you going to do now?
Clear out of this place. The sooner, the better. This city is dying, I don't want to die with it. This city would have already died, if not for the people who stood up to defend it with weapons in their hands. So, defend it, I'm not stopping you. It's your city. But we've always been outsiders here, why would we fight for you now?
What are you going to do to the traitor?
Kiri's Mia nonchalantly picks at her nails with her knife tip. He'll be sent to visit his distant relatives on their farm. To think about what he did. Any more questions?
I'm not going to ask to join the family. I have to go.
Good decision. I don't plan to hang around long either. Kiri's Mia turns to leave. Sister. Woljif nervously bites his lip. His cheeks are flushed and his tail is swishing through the air. You forgot something. What now? You should be happy to be alive. An apology. You promised to apologize to me, loudly, in front of everyone. We're alone now, but I still want to hear it. Well. That. Kirismia shrugs indifferently. So, sorry, I suppose, for being wrong about you, this time. Don't think that just because you didn't act like a jerk this one time that it cancels out the rest of your record. I know all about you. Till next time, Woljif.
That was the most pathetic apology I've ever heard.
Kirismia's eyes harden, but then she sighs. All right. Fine. I'm sorry, Woljif. Let's part on good terms.
And now apologize to me as well. When you falsely accused my ally, you accused me, too.
Don't push it.
Okay, I'll re-roll that.
Woljif watches her go, his tail relaxing. Better than nothing. Listen, Chief, when you've got a spare minute, come see me. I've something I want to discuss with you.
I'm gonna get
But for now,
apology.
let's get out of here. I don't like sitting below ground when the building above is ready to crash down on our... Kirismia drums her fingers nervously on the handle of her blade. Well.
This hopefully won't take too many attempts. Already at 17. The point is, it didn't need that high of a roll. Just quickly go through all of it once it lets me.
Kirismia, you've got, he said when he got this, so, defend. Kirismia good decision. Sister. What now? An apology. Kirismia's... A flurry of emotions pass across Kirismia's face. When she finally opens her mouth, her words trickle out slowly, like each one is a struggle. And I'm sorry to you too. And to make it up to you, here. She pulls a key from her pocket and tosses it to you. And now, I'm leaving.
Alright, we've got our apology and a key for the vault.
Woljif watches her go, his tail relaxing. You made some impression on her. I've never seen Sister Kirismia back down before. Listen, Chief, when you've got a spare minute, come see me. I've something I want to discuss with you. But for now, let's get out of here. I don't like sitting below ground when the building above is ready to crash down on our heads.
Oh. Alright, save. Save. Now let's check this out.
I found something.
Like, she gave me the key for the place and it's got a trap in it. Alright. We can easily disarm it.
Appreciate this.
And looks like I failed a perception check. Right, reload. Oh, it's not far enough back. Where is it?
No,
Oh,
what's that?
We got it.
I am helpful, am I not?
Whenever the wearer of this ring shoots an enemy engaged in melee combat and hits, the enemy suffers a -1 penalty to attack rolls for 1 round. Hmm. That'd be good for land. Oh. Hmm. Yeah. I think so for him.
Balance, 2,500 gold. Doff, alchemical tools and reagents, 185 gold. Dalna, violin, antique, needs appraisal, 10 gold taken out. Woljif, magic scrolls, 420 gold. Tavi, working the square, 15 gold. Note, I bet the swindler got 5 times the amount and pocketed the difference. I need to give that rogue a good scare next time. Kirismia, 80 gold taken out, informers, contacts, other expenses. Doff, working the market, 25 gold. Melrown, 70 gold taken out for tool replacement. Tavi, spices, 370 gold. Creamer, magic rings, 250 gold. Gort, handbound books, 180 gold. Appraiser, the violin is worth 5 gold. Note, do not send Dalna on a job by herself. Kirismia, 400 gold taken out, informers, contacts, other expenses. Kirismia, 1,000 gold taken out, informers, contacts, other expenses. Balance, 2,390 gold. Here, the handwriting changes drastically, the letters are now small, scrawly, and hectic. Balance, 2,390 gold. But there's only 1,500 in the chest. Some shithead got their hands on my treasury. I bet my horns it's Woljif, that rotten mug. Next time I see that bloody swine, he's going to the farm.
Okay. There's the money. And a ledger. Which seems pretty useless.
Beautiful.
Alright, we're done there with that quest now. So, go back to Defender's Heart. Go talk to Woljif about all that stuff, and also someone about the weapon we got. The Pathfinders, I think. Or and the Storyteller.
Let's prove their logic is lacking.
Let's see what we can do.
Hello, hello.
Great axes. The great axe. No. Battle axes. This Earthbreaker's are great at. No, looks like more of a mace. Oh, great axe. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what it's getting. Something eventually. They're still trying to move that.
Klein seems remarkably at ease. His face is... Be careful. Our foes like to pretend to be our friends.
Psst, look, Chief, I got something to show you. Ta-da! A real beaut, isn't it?
So you did betray the Tieflings.
Oh, that cuts me deep, Chief. You and I saw who the traitor was. It's just that when we robbed the shop, I went in first and took what I wanted. Nothing wrong with that. Although, of course, I did think about hiding the moon and just taking myself off somewhere warm when all this blows over. But only because I want to see the world. Is it a crime to want to travel? Huh? Is that what counts for treachery these days?
Did you really have the amulet this whole time?
Since that night, Chief, Melround didn't even set eyes on it. While he was dealing with the golem, I sneaked past them, and that was that.
Remind me, why is this item so important?
Do you really not remember it? Oh, I thought you would appreciate it. It's from the old man Fileman, the owner of the Ancient Trees and Wonders shop. It's the pride of his collection. The Moon of the Abyss, an amulet with a rare crystal crafted by an unknown maker. When I think of how much this thing is worth, it makes my head spin.
You've been searched by guards. How did you manage to hide the amulet?
Thieves have their ways.
Why didn't you give the amulet to Krishmir right away?
What? So she would slay me right away, you mean? You saw how antsy she was over Canabras and all this. So I did it. I took the Moon of the Abyss. But I didn't go to Erebeth. And Big Sister wouldn't hear my explanations. She doesn't have the time. I even thought I'd hide the moon somewhere, and then when all the noise had died down, I'd go get it and make a run for it. I'm sick of the Thieflings. And they never appreciated me anyway.
Why did you steal the Moon of the Abyss? You wouldn't be able to sell it. An item so rare anyway.
Why, he asks? It's expensive, pretty. And you know, it's my amulet, actually. Not meaning I stole it, but I mean, this is my inheritance. My grandma and I were poor. All we had was a jewelry box with the moon in it. She used to store it under the floor in the basement, and she'd take it out sometimes just to look at it. She was always nicer when she had a few drinks in her, so I could ask her things then. One time I asked where she got it from, and she said it was from a demon. You know, the demon who was my grandfather. He said the moon was to be passed down. My mom was good for nothing and nobody, so that's why Grandma decided to keep the amulet for me. She used to say it would be mine when I grew up. But she couldn't wait until I grew up. She squandered my inheritance when she became a drunk. Took it to Fileman's shop and pawned it. He gave her some coppers for it, and she didn't even haggle. Just grabbed them and ran back to the tavern before last orders. I've been going to Fileman's to look at the moon ever since I was a kid. He chased me away, but I just kept going back, so eventually he gave up. He didn't skimp on security. The place was like a fortress, so he wasn't worried about a street rat like me pinching anything. Even when I got more skilled, I couldn't get any closer to it. One day, I had no one to go with. Another day, there were only oafs who'd never stolen anything more than a church donation box. But when Charisme had planned everything out, I realized I had a chance to get the moon and move away from here. Maybe to Garen. I hear it's warmer there. I've stayed with the family for too long.
Risking everything for some shiny trinket?
This isn't just some shiny trinket. First, maybe some rich person's just dying to buy it. We need to put out some feelers and see if anyone's in the market. Second, maybe it'll come in handy. And besides, I spent so many years looking at it. I imagine things like, what if my grandfather left something else and my grandma spent that too? Maybe I could have had my own barony already if things had turned out differently. Or got some decent education in the capital. They're all just dreams, but the moon is right here. You've got to hold on to what's yours, Chief.
I can go with the good choice or lawful choice. Alright, we've got a good choice, actually. You deceive the people who consider you a friend. That's not the way you treat your friends.
Family, friends. You know, some people don't believe in gods, so gods don't exist for them. And I don't believe in family. All that heartwarming talk about sticking together. Ugh. People like to say those things, but when push comes to shove... Sister Charisme used to say that us tieflings were one family, and you see how that turned out. And did you hear that excuse for an apology? I did the right thing, and I was right to want to run when I just planned on stealing the Moon of the Abyss. Everything turned out as it should. Whatever you think, I owe you. I'm not just a thief, I have my own business selling things. Thanks to you, I'm still in the family, and we have the black market sewn up in this city. It's a good way to sell valuables. So, if you need anything, a scroll or something, just say the word. I have a little portal to our people in Nerosian. You put a note there, and you get what you need. I can't get you anything big, but what they do have is all high quality. Nothing's too good for you, Chief. What's mine is yours. For a price, of course.
Alright. So...
Woljif is standing, repeatedly flipping a coin into the air and catching it. He looks bored, but the tip of his tail is twitching nervously. Noticing you, he perks up. Hey, Chief. How about letting me go? Why would you need a thief in your party? What if I rob you in your sleep? I mean, I'm not going to, for now, but what if I get a rush of inspiration?
Are you really staying in the party, or are you just waiting for a chance to run off?
Woljif gives you a hurt look. As if I could. There are demons and dangers around every corner. The two Effling stops short. Don't you worry, Chief, I'll work off my debt honestly. I won't stab you in the back or go on the run with your money. And if you buy my wares, I won't have to leave at all.
Show me what you get using your Tiefling connections.
Woljif's face breaks into a happy grin. Look, Chief. The thieflings have all the best things.
Alright. Let's have a look. Wand of Grease. Hmm. Hmm. 12th level spells. Hmm. Weapons aren't really that great. They're bloody expensive though. Hmm.
The blind elf whispers something under his breath. Hearing your steps, he turns to you slowly. Greetings, Lunical. Have you brought me a new story?
Examine these items I'm carrying.
The storyteller nods politely. The storyteller's hand touches Finian. What a peculiar weapon. I sense intelligence in it, but it seems dented. Ah ha ha ha. Grandpa Elf, watch where you're poking your fingers. It tickles. The storyteller fiddles with a fragment of a gold buckle. An old thing, created long ago by divine will. But the power that gave birth to it is lost in the darkness. However, the relic still lives on, though it has changed. I wonder what secret it is hiding. Would you like to know it? Bring me 5 vials of magic essence, and I will revive this object, and with it, its story. The elf looks at you with unusual impatience. Shall we?
Actually, come back
Return
to that.
with news. I wish you interesting adventures.
Was that buckle some Erebeth's? I think I got something from there. Or is it?
Tirabeth rubs her red
No.
and tired eyes.
No.
Go. May I May
Okay.
Day keep you safe.
Here we go.
The blind elf whispers something under his breath. Hearing your step. The storyteller nods politely. Let me touch them, and I'll tell you what I can see.
Alright, we'll give you the buckle. Restore this relic for me. Oh, I don't have enough. How many
Return.
do I have?
I wish you
Needed
interesting adventures.
5 magic essence. How many I got? I got 2. Okay. Not enough.
The blind elf whispers something. The storyteller. Hello, Grandpa Elf. The storyteller carefully takes Finian from your hands. Hello, Finian. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. His face contorts into a painful grimace. I'm coming to again. How long have I been here? They kept me in a cage for 3 days. I know this because 3 times the light under the door disappeared for a long time. Then they chained me to the table and the bladesmith. Everyone calls him the bladesmith. He placed a device with a jar over me. It feels like I'm being fried. At first I tried to break free, but I got tired, then I screamed. But now I've lost my voice, though the pain is burning right through me. The storyteller stops, his voice changes, becoming more frightened. I think I lost consciousness, again. But when I woke up, the pain was gone. And I wasn't tied to the table anymore, I was standing near it. And someone else was lying on the table, a burned corpse covered with a black crust. The master took out a handsaw and was sawing off his head, in a very focused way. I should have run, back then. But I couldn't for some reason. This burned corpse had a symbol on his belt, just like I do, an eye and a star. My favorite belt, a good one. Where would a stranger get one? It must have been someone from my clan, some distant family member. The storyteller stops. When he speaks again, you hear only a muffled whisper, "Those crusaders, I was glad when I saw them, I thought they'd come to help, but how? How was it that I killed them all? Someone told me to, and I obeyed. I don't understand. I understand nothing now. I need to catch my breath, I need all this to stop, even just for a minute. I just have to understand what's happening to me. Just need to rest." The storyteller shakes his head, slowly coming to his senses.
That is Finian's past, but what awaits him in the future?
The dead have no future but... The storyteller smiles. I see an endless ocean on a good day and a boat, flying over the waves. I am so excited. But I don't know whose vision this is. Is this a soul existing here and now? Or a soul reborn?
Thank you for your story.
The storyteller gives Finian back to you. Please take care of this young lad. He is finally in the right hands. Do not worsen his suffering by involving him in dishonorable deeds. Come on, Grandpa Elf, I can take care of myself, I'm not a kid. I don't know what horrors you were talking about, but don't you worry about it, alright? Look after yourself.
Yeah.
Return with... I wish you interesting adventures.
I can handle it.
It is good to see you. What can I do for you? Would you like to renew your forces with excellent fighters?
Do you know anything about a PathFinder named Phineas Desmar?
Hiller rubs his chin. Let me think. Desmar. I've definitely heard the name before. Of course you have. I'm a PathFinder too. So, you're the chief in these lands now. What about Lady Ori? When I left for the wound, she had just taken up the position. Hiller examines the talking weapon and chuckles sadly. I'm afraid, Ori perished during the Third Crusade. Yes, now I remember. Finian Desmar went missing in the wound at the end of the Second Crusade. His name has been on the lists of the fallen for a while. Here I am, alive and well. Write in your lists that I'm back and soon I'll file a detailed report about everything that happened to me. Finian's voice is full of joy. I knew it was a misunderstanding. But now everything will return to normal. I need to write to my folks, they probably think I'm dead too. Hiller shakes his head sadly. Poor lad. But such is the fate of a PathFinder. We face the unknown, but sometimes the unknown wins, and our mind cannot take it. Good luck. Watch your back. Only trust your closest friends. Want to chat? I'm always up for a chinwag.
Nothing new to say to you.
If you feel like chatting, I'm always here.
Can't make the demons wait. Let's have some
I'll remove
fun.
this obstacle.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
I got this.
Mind over muscle.
Beautiful. Let's see what we can do. Here we go. I can handle it.
Everything's done on this side. Just a little bit of experience here and there. Give it a little bit more.
Can't make the demons wait.
Save the last one for me.
Into the fray!
Oh, thank you for amusing me.
Beautiful. Let's see what we can do.
Can't hide from me.
Can't remember if there's anything left for these guys. Nothing. I got no idea where that leader went to.
The light
Comes trouble.
take you!
I'll cut you wide open. The spirits demand your blood.
I can handle it.
This way. I'll do that. Oh yeah.
Beautiful. Let's see what we can do. Yet another obstacle. Here we go. I can handle it.
The heartbeat
You
quickens.
crossed the wrong mongrel. I'm gonna try this again. I'm getting my ass kicked.
The world is crimson.
Can't make the demons wait. Beautiful. I can find better.
This isn't really natural attack anymore. Unless the horse can wear it. Oh yeah.
something?
Damn you!
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
No.
Here we go. I can handle it. Can't make the demons wait.
Nothing through there. Just up here and then on the other side.
Beautiful.
The mongrel did it.
Let's see what we can do. Here we go.
Crusading isn't that boring after all.
You are today's sacrifice!
Are you still here? I can handle it. Can't make the demons wait.
Alright, that's everything. And then this one now. And I think that will be almost finished this area. Just the Grey Garrison left. So Market Square gets people back after your town gets attacked. And you lose quest things in there if you haven't done things completely before it, so get everything. Alright, here we go, this guy. This quest didn't matter so much. I hope. Oh well, I'm putting this horse into its spot. Pick me up here as well.
Ah, there you are. At last. You certainly took your time. I thought perhaps you got lost on the way here. I was already regretting not drawing you a map. Horgus's relief is palpable even through his grousing. It's a tragedy to see one's house in such a sorry state. And I always had a few guards in my service, you know. I hope those blockheads died honorably, and didn't simply flee at the first sign of danger. Horgus turns toward the corridor with a pensive expression on his face. My manor, you see, contains several items that are of great value to me. I wish to retrieve them before they are discovered by my fellow citizens, who in the current chaos scene have taken to thieving and marauding like ducks to water. So here's what I want you to do: take a stroll through my house, peek into the rooms, and if you find anyone, kill them on the spot. That'll teach any other opportunists to stay away from Horgus Worm's manor. While I was standing here by the entrance, I could clearly hear the sound of someone rooting around inside. Any possessions of mine you find in there, you can keep. It's all as good as lost to me anyway. When you're sure the house is empty, give me a signal from my study window. Wave a torch around or something like that. You can decide when you get there. I've done many things in my life, but playing the part of an intrepid mercenary rummaging through someone else's tastelessly decorated and poorly planned mansion is a novelty to me. How droll. I deeply regret that you had to participate in this, my dear Count. Come now, I love a good caper. Even when the setting offends my aesthetic sensibilities.
What are these valuable items that they're worth risking your life by going back to the manor?
Never you mind. I'm paying you to clear out the ruffians inside, not to ask questions. Horgus glares at you for a few seconds, before dropping his gaze. In any case, you will learn what this is all about just as soon as you clear the way to my study for me. So, restrain your curiosity for now.
You're not coming with me?
The very notion. You think I hire guards to do my bidding, just so I can put myself in danger along with them? No, no, no. I've taken on my fair share of risk already today. But all the same, you took the risk of coming here even though you were well aware of the danger. What is it that draws you here so strongly, like a moth to a flame? Camellia, that's enough. Oh, it seems I hit a sore spot. She quickly covers the smile that flits across her face.
Alright, I understand.
Well, get on with it. Or are you waiting for a special order? I shall await your signal. Horgus pauses. And good luck in there, I suppose.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Let me draw the first blood.
Did you see that?
Recipe. Onion soup.
Let's see what we can do.
I hope you appreciate this.
Box filled with a variety of whips and floggers. a set of collars of various sizes. Sickle Falter. Chains, handcuffs, shackles, a collection of to rival a prison. A sickle of Falter. Whenever the sickle lands a hit on an enemy, the target must pass a reflex saving throw or become staggered for 1 round. That room back there gave such a fetish thing feel. Probably what it's meant.
I can handle it.
Let the duel commence. Out of my sight!
Can't make the demons wait.
A long, long time ago, in a time before remembering, there was a furious god known as Rovargug, a terrible giant worm with 1,000 teeth and claws. He devoured every world in his path, one after another. But the great gods were displeased with the beast, and delivered unto Rovargug their scourge. Many laid down their feuds to combine forces, mighty Torug, brilliant Sorcerer, vicious Asmodeus, crafty Calistria, cold-blooded Pharasma, and many, many others. Together, they faced Rovargug as he arrived to swallow Gularion. The goddess of the sun, Sorcerer, forbade Rovargug's death, and so the gods imprisoned the fiend deep in the ground, shackled and sleeping. Asmodeus himself would keep the keys to his bonds. The terrible monster remains there still, asleep in his prison. Whenever Rovargug rolls over in his sleep and scratches his back against his prison walls, the earth trembles, and volcanoes spit fire.
Yeah.
Imagine this: a girl, whose name I shall not disclose, comes to town and immediately purchases the most expensive suburban villa. This newcomer spends unfathomable amounts on charity, even returning several tragically perished citizens to life at her own expense. She's very young, her rough speech and manners indicate that she's not of noble birth. This leaves the whole town wondering, how did this young lady come into possession of such a huge fortune, and why does she spend it so eagerly? Those secrets were revealed to me when I was invited to the mysterious girl's house to provide healing services. The young lady reluctantly displayed something she'd been hiding from everyone: terrible acid burns. She forestalled any questions with a single word: Ilthulik. The monstrous black dragon's name was well known in the river kingdoms. She'd lived in the region for hundreds of years, inspiring terror and emptying settlements. Many experienced dragon hunters attempted to put a stop to her, and all perished. No one knew where Ilthulik's lair was, or where she would strike next. The wounds Ilthulik's acid breath left on my patient's body were terrible, but her soul was hurt much worse. The girl and her friends had found the lair of the dragon. They could have gathered hunters to destroy the monster, but they instead kept silent in search of profit. When the lair's mistress was absent, they would carry treasure out, little by little. Ilthulik suspected something was happening, so she set an ambush for the thieves, and they were dealt with cruelly. My patient pretended to be dead, surviving while the dragon devoured the bodies of her friends. She had much gold left at her disposal, but it came with the burden of memories that recalled devastated cities and countless people burned by acid. Unable to tolerate the guilt, the girl tried to atone for ill-gotten gains with good deeds. I was able to heal her physical wounds. When we parted, she told me she planned to spend the rest of her wealth organizing an expedition to Ilthulik's lair to end the beast. I recently heard rumor that the villa has been abandoned for quite some time now. It's possible the owner left for other lands, but my heart tells me her bones lie in the lair of Ilthulik, that winged terror and plague to the river kingdoms.
Okay, that's those ones done. More books.
Can a mortal become a god? Is the very idea blasphemy? Science relies on experience, where there may be evidence presented in support. But when science encounters theology, it recoils. The term evolution has no application to the divine spark that illuminates dull matter in incomprehensible ways. The foremost example is angels, to whom we owe the existence of our virtuous mortal souls, which brings us to a paradox. A mortal soul transforms into an immortal essence. There are many such breathtaking events, which each promise a connection to the divine. Sunny Sarenra is perfect proof of this. The Starstone trial desecrated divinity, turned it into a god's exam, where any trickster with a handful of spells who can avoid some traps in a deadly maze, may rise to divinity. Is the nature of divinity, then, so sacred indeed?
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen that one. No, I've seen that one.
It's done, I said. Mythic studied me with narrowed eyes. You look awfully clean, he said. Where's the knife? In answer, the first shouts went up from the inn. Fire! Screamed Ilna, and then other voices joined hers. In an instant, Mythic's entrepreneurial instincts took over, and he sprang for the door, tossing the crossbow aside. Outside, the roof of the inn was already smoking oily black against the sunset, flame licking through the thatching in places. With a scream of pain, Mythic ran for the creek. I looked to Fargas. Needing no further cue, we each grabbed up armfuls of supplies and sprinted off in the opposite direction. After 10 minutes of leaped brambles and ducked branches, we stopped to catch our breath. Back the way we'd come, the smoke was still visible, though the sounds had faded to just the faint and frantic pealing of a church bell. That was close, Fargas said, leaning against a tree and breathing hard. Agreed, I puffed, staring down at the cloak full of bread that now made up our sole possessions. Then the sound of the bell reminded me of something. About what you said back there, I asked. You said Shlin. I thought you were a priest of Desna. Fargas grunted. A man's faith is a personal thing, he said, tying up the cloak. Now shut up and keep running. And we did. Until recently, we knew this world as it was described in books and stories. Azure, torn apart by hyenas that separate us with nations and borders, oppress us with extortion and lies, and assert their authority and power. However, someone else's hand rules these slaves who act like masters. It's a threat far more intimidating than a handful of arrogant fools. Our lands are secretly ruled by the most ancient creatures of Gularian, the inhabitants of the Everdark Depths, who know both past and future. People are led along paths they cannot see, and do not have the power to leave, to an end known only to our the hidden masters. Some insist that the signs are purely coincidental, but they point to a vast conspiracy. Only a fool can fail to see how the myriad coincidences weave into a great cobweb. Or they have submitted their very will and sworn their allegiance to our unseen masters in the depths. Argun was knocked flat. He laid gasping, arms spread, a lump of rage rising in his throat. He remembered his dream. Black soil, red ravens in the empty sky, their coarse croaks ringing in his ears, like a taunt. Coral would never take Rostland. Never. Aldori sprang to his feet, as if the blood-soaked soil was driving him forward. With a cry of rage, the Sword Lord rushed into the battle. The sky turned scarlet with blood, as he furiously chopped off his enemies' heads. The scarlet horizon drew closer, and its roar nearly drowned out the sound of battle. Argon looked to the sky, and a fiery blast descended upon him. These were no ravens that circled above him. The fearsome breath of the red dragons of Coral melted the soldier's armor and turned living flesh to ash and dust. By Berthymel from Pitarchs. The Sharp Word Publishing Company. For dinner, the wounded were served cabbage soup. This didn't surprise them in the slightest. They'd had the same dish for dinner for a week. The hospital's residents used to be lucky enough to get potatoes and even turnips sometimes. But about a month ago, the Knights of the Order of the Thrice Holy Shining Sun and Dissipating Darkness Scimitar of our beloved goddess Sarenra accidentally shot a catapult the wrong direction, and annihilated the cart of the farmer who supplied the hospital with these vegetal delicacies. Ever since, the wounded only had cabbage soup for dinner, occasionally with a bit of protein when the odd cockroach crawled into the pot. After enjoying their delightful meal, the wounded stuffed their smoking pipes with something which rather more resembled hay than tobacco. Their bad habits demanded the inhalation of some smoke or other after mealtime, but with these practical matters happily resolved, they fell to talking. "Which demon you think is the most dangerous?" asked Vaslik the spearman, scratching the stub of his leg with the stub of his arm. "I think it's a Precandylus. Those monsters are cunning and sneaky, almost like Varisians. And their teeth are even sharper. Look." He illustrated his point for his comrades by holding up his remaining fingers, 2.5 of them. "It depends the way you look at it," answered Gregly the artillerist, though she could hardly look at it at all, her eyes were covered with bandages. "Your Precandylus are easy pickings. But Balers are a different thing. He hits you with his whip, and your eyes pop out." She waved her pipe energetically, casting its contents into Vaslika's face. While the latter was coughing and brushing himself off, Briggy joined the conversation. "Balus and Precandylus are all right, I suppose, but I'd say there isn't a demon in the world scarier than a regular louse. Of course, the other demons can teleport places, but the louse doesn't even need to do that. Wherever you look, it's already there." Then he stuck his hand under his shirt, pulled out the subject of his speech from somewhere in his armpit, and demonstrated it to his friends. "You can run away from a big demon with a whip, but who can run away from lice? They sting everyone, from the foot soldier to the general. Even the queen herself isn't immune. Now you might say it doesn't do much harm. After all, how much blood can one louse drink? But I'm telling you, think how much soldier's blood they've drunk altogether. It's got to be a whole sea, wouldn't you think? More than all the demons in the abyss. And if anyone tells me a louse isn't a demon, then ha ha to them. Could a monster like that come from anywhere besides the abyss?"
Books. Alright, we've seen that one. I think we've seen that one.
It is perhaps Avistan's most popular dish. In the capital of Jalaix, it is baked in a cheese crust and sprinkled with lemon juice. The local fishermen use a different cooking method in Kadira, which is on the opposite end of Avistan. There you will find it finely chopped and mixed cold ingredients. The exact origin of the dish remains unknown, but it is generally believed to have been invented in Andoran, and spread around the globe by seafarers and pilgrims. It's served as plain pate in its most basic version. To prepare it, soak the herring in spiced marinade, then mince it into a spreadable paste. Add a mashed tart green apple, hard-boiled quail eggs, the freshest butter you can find, and half an onion. The list of ingredients may vary in the inland regions. In the region of Namathas, beef or lamb is used for this snack. I once tasted a highly original and equally highly disgusting version cooked with milk and mushrooms on the border of Druma.
Sounds like a quiche, but then, I don't know, then it's got this beef and lamb, so I don't know. I think I've seen this one too.
Beautiful.
Nguyen Quant peeped through a slit in the window shutter. The visitor was staggering at the porch. Nguyen had promised himself many centuries ago that he'd never have to deal with halflings again, after the case of the clockwork head. Even the bleaching is better than some adventures. However, there was something disturbing in the visitor's appearance. Something was wrong. "What do you say, Kexi?" His assistant sat at the next window with yarn and knitting needles in her hands. "Look at his clothes. They're second-hand. He's a hobo." "He is, but you're not quite right. Look at his feet." Kexi looked, trying to make out at least something in faint light of the lantern above the door. "Are those?" He was shackled. Rather than answering, the gnome stepped toward the door. "We shall need a doctor." As if to prove his words, the guest faltered and collapsed onto the knees, and fell headfirst onto the doorstep. For the third night in a row, I've dreamt of the Grey Gardeners knocking at my door. I cannot believe it is my turn. To be cut down by a blade washed in the blood of 1,000 revolutions, as a wave of popular outrage washes over me, as my head tumbles down the steps of the scaffold. We take up the sword, and by it we shall perish. Once we struck down the imperial scum, but now it is we who must face the blade. The insurgent beast called revolution will never be sated. It needs new victims. This time, it's my comrades and I. The cruelty of the hoarders in power echoes in the cruelty of the paupers, now intoxicated by their own freedom. We wanted change. Well, here it is. This is a country now of mad fanatics, fighting their treacherous past every day. Former friends are today's foes. My workshop has been converted into a secret headquarters. If I could do it all over again, I would repair to my easel and refrain from the cause that has sent me down this path.
Ah.
Let's see what we can do.
Okay.
Here we go.
What a discovery!
I'll try.
Huh? Oh, yes, what? I heed the voice of the spirits. The spirits guide me.
Together, we stand. Lead on.
Bloody hell.
Open your heart to me. I am helpful, am I not?
I can handle it. Can't make the demons wait.
They will break against our resolve.
Good guys always win.
I am helpful, am I
Ooh.
not?
Silver robe. Where is it? Okay, so it's cloth. That might be good. There we go. Against. Only against fear, though. What was it? No.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's every room down here. Nothing missed. Alright, upstairs. Door is locked by some unusual or magical means. There is no lock to be seen. Okay.
Save the last one for me.
I will see to your demise.
You should have listened to reason.
Oh, there's another one of those magic lessons.
Let's have some fun.
Go for their hearts!
I got this.
The heartbeat quickens.
Damn you!
survive me.
What's that there? We will win this war.
Did we find trouble? No, they did.
Into the fray!
I'll cut you wide open.
Oh.
The light take you!
Endure this!
The spirits demand your blood.
Uh-huh.
I hope you appreciate this.
Yeah, short bow. It's chaotic creatures. It's not great. Yeah. Mansion is clear, you're alive. Fine work. My secret door remains unopened. Fantastic, I wasn't too late. If you follow me, family secret's about to be revealed. It's so thrilling.
Let's see what we can do.
I am helpful, am I not?
Ooh, what's this? Oh, it's not as much. Half plate does more. That's only medium armor. Light. You can wear medium though. Yeah.
Here we go.
A happy family, Argus and an unknown half-elf. And their dark-haired young daughter. The painting is captioned Orgrim, Grimm, Iris, and Camellia. The painting describes a thin, blonde boy with sticky pale skin. The caption reads, August Grimm, 9 years old. Okay. Save. Talk.
The paintings are right where I left them. Very good. Horgus Squirm thanks you for your help. There's something off about the paintings in front of you. The blonde-haired boy in the Gwyrm family colors doesn't look like Horgus in the least. The family portrait depicts Horgus alongside an unknown half-elf woman and a little girl who bears a striking resemblance to Camellia.
Who's in the painting, Horgus?
So you've noticed. It seems there's no point in hiding it anymore. Horgus is silent for a few moments, then sighs and presses his lips into a hard line. You see, I have two secrets. Camellia is, in fact, my daughter. And I am not the real Horgus Squirm.
You're not Horgus Grown?
My real name is Darian Wytt. My parents were the servants of the real Gwyrms, at their mansion on the eastern edge of Mendev. The Gwyrms were generous and noble, but short-sighted. They burned through most of their fortune on charity, when instead they should have taken better care of guarding the mansion.
Charity?
When I was 10 or so, I used to play in the garden with the real Horgus Squirm, who was just my age. I've no idea where the demons came from. Horgus ran to the mansion, and I bolted in the opposite direction. He was captured and killed, and I wasn't. Horgus shrugs apologetically. Crusaders came from the nearest city to aid us, but I was the only one who survived. They asked me my name, and I said I was Horgus Squirm. That's the whole story. Such a heart-wrenching tale. It never fails to bring tears to my eyes. You are in no position to judge me, Camellia. Horgus's hands curl into fists, but his voice sounds more tired than angry. You're right. I'm not. Dairon's expression is strained as he listens to Horgus's confession. A small boy in a manor under attack by demons. Such a familiar tale. Mendev has many such tales, but there are rarely any survivors. Take poor Horgus, for instance. He didn't make it. You were fortunate, Count. Assuming you're not hiding anything. Horgus gives an awkward shrug, making it clear he was speaking in jest.
You were just a scared child. I had nothing but sympathy for you. Besides, your lies didn't hurt anyone.
Horgus seems surprised, as if he had been expecting a much stronger reaction. Never mind. I'd only like to assure you that your claim about not hurting anyone is absolutely correct. The vast fortune of the Gwyrms had no rightful heirs. If there had been any heirs, I would most definitely have transferred ownership to them. You committed a crime, and since then you have tried to atone. But, let me guess, no matter how much good you do, the guilt stays with you. It's true. How do you know this? I also made a mistake as a child. Mine was much more serious than yours, indeed, and in consequences. Many years passed before I learned to be at peace with it, so I'm in no position to judge you. It is difficult for me to speak openly about secrets which I have kept all these years. I have been hostage to them my entire life, strange as that sounds.
Emilia is your daughter?
Yes. Illegitimate, that is to say. Horgus's cheeks redden. She has resided in this house since birth. The staff thought she was a niece, or the daughter of a friend who died in the Crusades. I never disabused them of their notions. Her mother, Iris, was a half-elf of humble origins. She worked in the gardens here. I wanted to unite the Gwyrm family with another noble line. The Gwyrm name could not be permitted to mix with commoners and thereby plunge into insignificance. Iris did not protest, and we successfully hid our connection. And when Camellia was born, I did not claim her as my own. As far as Mendev knows, Camellia is the daughter of a Gwyrm family servant who died over 10 years ago. And before you start telling me what a terrible father I am, I want to tell you something. My daughter wanted for nothing. All her whims were fulfilled as quickly as they arose. I hired the best teachers and bought her the best books. She always ate well and had warm clothes. Isn't that what a parent does? You've discovered my most terrible secret. Father cares so much about the Gwyrm name that he raised me in our mansion, hiding me away from the whole world. I'll always be grateful to my father for everything he's done for me, even if Mendev society disapproves of some of his decisions. Would it be insolent of me to beg for your discretion regarding what you know about us? Damn it all, and I thought Horgus as dull as ditch water. But now he brings this delightful offering of a stolen identity, a secret half-elf lover, and a bastard daughter. I'm afraid you've rather put me to shame.
I promise to keep your secret, Camilla.
The hint of a smile plays on Camellia's mouth. Please accept my humblest thanks. Keeping secrets is easiest when you don't know about them in the first place, or if you possess the unique ability to selectively forget information. Like me. Nenio blinks a few times. What was I saying? Never mind. Camellia's whisper is barely audible. Keeping secrets is even easier if you're dead. Horgus casts a wary look at her, but remains silent.
What's it like living your whole life under someone else's name?
When I was a boy, I used to hate Horgus. The condescension most of all. The pity on his face. His smile when he called me to join him in his games. The difference in our birthright wasn't fair. Envy clouded my mind. When the demons killed him and not me, and I thought it was a gift of fate. I seized my good fortune with both hands and never let go. When I told them my name was Horger Squirm, the only heir to the vast fortune of the Gwyrm family, on that day, life was fair. Unfortunately, it took me many years to see the generosity behind the condescension, and feel the compassion behind the pity. I discovered far too late that Horgus was my friend, even when I didn't feel myself his. I never accepted the hand of friendship he offered until it was far too late. But now what can I do? Reveal the truth, reject the name, and allow it to sink into oblivion. Would my friend Horgus want this? Horgus shakes his head, tired. I bear the name of Horgus Gwyrm with the pride and dignity it deserves. As a banner on a battlefield. I will multiply its merits. The Gwyrm family will not be forgotten. I still serve Horgus Gwyrm. Horgus attempts a smile, but the result is pathetic.
What are you planning to do now?
Well, first and foremost, I shall reward you handsomely for your help. And then, I shall burn these portraits. I have kept them all this time out of misplaced sentiment, but they serve no purpose now. My ravaged home will likely be picked to the bone and this secret room will inevitably be discovered. I don't want these paintings to be seen by anyone else.
I see.
Well, you certainly earned your payment. Here. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Horgus is silent for a while. Camellia. I can tell from your face that you enjoyed fighting the demons in this worthy party. I only ask one thing, are you certain? Camellia doesn't answer but looks at Horgus with a half-smile lingering on her lips. Well then. Clearly, I can no longer keep you safe. Our house is destroyed, our servants scattered or dead. Horgus stares into his daughter's face, as though he is seeking the answer to an unasked question. Then he turns his attention to you. But now, follow me. We'll make sure that no one ever again discovers the secrets of Horgus Gwyrm.
Well, that's it then. Thank you for your help, farewell, and watch over Camellia. You just gonna stay there? Okay. Guess that's everything.
I can handle it.
Doesn't he go back? Yeah. Alright, that's everything done. Just have to go to Defender's Hut to talk to those last people and then travel to the other place. I'll be back in a moment. Alright, back from the toilet. So, probably should end this episode before I go in and then give the new episode for the next part. I have to finish talking to these people.
Hello, hello.
Beautiful. Let's see what we can do.
Okay. Let's sort this. Actually, bring that out.
Would you please keep this ugly thing away from me?
Right, you can hold that for now. You do not need that.
The hu- Greetings. The neat smile on Camellia's lips disappears so quickly you almost wonder if you imagined it.
So you're Holgris's daughter?
You've discovered my most terrible secret. Father cares so much about the Gwyrm name that he raised me in our mansion, hiding me away from the whole world. I'll always be grateful to my father for everything he's done for me, even if Mendev society disapproves of some of his decisions. Would it be insolent of me to beg for your discretion regarding what you know about us? Camellia's words are polite, but her tone grows cold and sharp. Let us keep this as our little secret. I assure you, my father and I appreciate loyalty and decency. For both myself and my father, I thank you for your understanding. I won't keep you. The dawning smile on Camellia's face freezes and quickly dies away.
August didn't come back.
The elf's pale. Good fortune to you.
And we done all your stuff.
Woljif shrugs. Whatever, you're free to do as you please.
Okay, that's everything.
Tirabeth rubs her red and tired eyes. Any success? How is the city?
Alright, what is our strategy for the attack on the Great Garrison?
I shall lead the rest of my forces in a frontal assault. This will distract the enemy enough to let you use the secret passage and reach the wardstone. Destroy it before the demons turn Iomaide's gift into a weapon of the abyss. Most of the allies you've found will join my forces, but you can expect a certain amount of support from them. My opinion on Prelate Hulrun aside, it is undeniable that his inquisitors are a formidable force. You will benefit from their pinpoint strikes against troublesome enemies. The Order of the Flaming Lance counts among its members both valiant knights and masters of the occult. We are about to test an experimental ritual they've developed. Should it all go according to plan, your party will have a serious advantage during the battle at the Grey Garrison. In these dark days, the most unlikely allies join forces to fight the common foe. All tieflings are treated with prejudice in Kenabras, let alone the smugglers and the thieves of their kind. And yet, they are on our side, and I'll make sure their contribution is not forgotten after the victory. They'll be of little use in open combat, but they'll help you spot secret doors and warn you about traps.
Alright. But I was supposed to get the other ones as well.
May Iomaide keep you safe.
Maybe she doesn't mention them. The ones from the church. The Demonslayer people. Demonslayer. Alright, so hard save. E4. What's the place called again? Go back. What's it called?
Tirabeth rubs her red and tired eyes. Any success? How is the city? Go. May Iomaide keep you safe.
I'm not sure that's all right. Good enough. And yeah. So we'll leave this as episode, and we'll come back with the next one on Grey Garrison.